completed or coming over. I think also one of the other areas that we look at is our partnership with the middle college high school, in that that's a huge opportunity for students to come to Reedley, participate in classes here on our campus, and be able to successfully complete a degree while they also are earning their high school diploma. The reason why that becomes such a huge critical role is that these students are now already in position when they complete high school to transfer with their AS or AA into a 4-year and be able to move forward. Looking at from an economic standpoint, it's an opportunity for students to save money, obviously, and move through quickly, especially if they know what they want to do. Looking at that CalGETSI and the updated and how the requirements are going to work, I know our faculty and our dual enrollment folks have already been working hard to make sure that our students are going to be able to meet all the requirements as to what that means for the CalGETSI certificate, and that our classes meet those requirements. High school students have some great opportunities to engage, and looking at our different high school partners, whether it's Kings Canyon with Reedley High School, Sanger, Parlier, Fowler, Sanger West. All of our high schools have some great opportunities to engage with our faculty and build successful programs for our students to engage in. And I say our students because, yes, they're high school students, but when they are in dual enrollment, they're our students. They are college students, and we want to recognize them as such. So, thank you.
Thank you. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
Okay. One of the things that, as a dean in my previous position, working with faculty to understand student needs. And at the end of the day, we have to remind ourselves, we got into education because we want to work with students. Students have to be at the center of our conversations. They have to be at the heart of what we do and why we do it. And if they're not, why are we doing this? So I think that's something that we want to make sure we put at the middle there. In looking at when we want to talk load and we want to talk scheduling, you get into a student-centered schedule. How do we develop a student-centered schedule? And so that's something that I've really enjoyed working with our deans on, is how are we building that schedule? How are we devising it so that, because you get into room efficiency use, you get into program offerings, what time do we offer these classes and what not? As students are signing up for classes, if we see a demand in some classrooms, okay, let's talk with our faculty and how can we engage in looking at what we call the larger group instruction, LGI classes. And so can we get our faculty, and we know you get into the contract language, you get into a lot of other items, but we want to make sure working together that our faculty are aware this is where we want to go with this. Do they understand the bigger picture? And then are they supported when we do and assign an LGI class or we put them into a lecture hall that can hold 2 or 3 sections simultaneously, so you end up in a double or a triple loading of a class. Those are all possibilities, but again, you work with faculty, you work with our administration, our deans, to make sure that we are putting the pieces of the puzzle, the right person in the right section in order to teach those classes. For classes that are in declining enrollment, we got to look at data. And we can't hide from if a class has been declining enrollment, has been declining in demand. Let's take a look and just have a conversation. Why? Why are students not signing up for this class? Is it a class that, because it's a CTE class, or is this a class that has not kept up with current trends in that industry? And so one we can look at that I was able to work with faculty previous position, looking at criminology. In criminology, there's a lot of updating right now, modernization in police force and what's using in police tactics. And so the opportunity for the faculty member to meet with current law enforcement, update the curriculum, because that is the purview of faculty. They were able to go through and update a few courses, and then bring back modern technology into the classroom. And we were able to provide new equipment, updated equipment. For example, we were able to purchase drones because in evidence collection, that's a new technology that modern police forces are starting to use. We saw an increase of enrollment, and this all happened within 2 years. And now an increase in enrollment meant more sections being offered, more demand, and it was just simply looking at that curriculum and looking at how we can update it and bring it into new technology. And so those are all simple ways that you can look at something and go, how do we make it better?
Thank you. Next question, how would you build the schedule of classes to avoid conflicts for students and ensure that all students have access to necessary courses to stay on track toward graduation?
Well, one of the things here at Reedley that I absolutely love is our guided pathway model. And in looking at guided pathways, you're able to take a career and line it into a pathway where the classes are already arranged for students to successfully navigate. So if the students want to, I'll use criminology again. If the student wants to go into a career with administration of justice or a police force or anything in there, law enforcement, that's something that they can do. Now, the guided pathway allows the classes to already be aligned in what they have to take in order to successfully complete it. That's that component. On the scheduling side of it, that's where faculty, department chairs, deans, and administration all come together with our support staff in order to create a schedule that students can flow through. And in looking at that, we want to make sure that can the student take the classes as they need, whether it's middle of the day, evening, online, in person, hybrid, different modalities of instruction. How does a student learn best? And make sure that we're not creating any potential roadblocks, that we have not said, okay, well, the student's going to take this class and it's offered only Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then we went and offered the same class at the same time where the student can't access both classes. And so we want to make sure that we see that and we have plenty of eyes on the schedule as it goes through the process so that we can go, okay, are students able to access the courses? Are they able to progress through? Because ultimately that's what we want. We want students to progress and get to the point where they can successfully complete said program. So process of how do you schedule is a huge role in making sure that students have that success in completing programs.
Thank you. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
Well, in looking at how Guided Pathways works, that's part of what we look at and how we've devised our programs for students to successfully navigate through. What Reedley College has now done is we are now participating in the Rural Guided Pathways program, which adds the element of understanding the difference of needs of a college, needs of a community in the rural setting versus a suburban or an urban setting. Understanding that urban and suburban, you just have more resources in a concentrated area, so those same challenges are not existent as they are in a rural system. My experience has showed us that some of those challenges are transportation's one because everything is spread out. Economics play a role in that. So when you have challenging times, especially where we're in right now, low socioeconomics play a role in the ability for families to afford transportation, and that can include just whether it's the car, the gas, insurance, any of those issues. We look at now you have families in need of basic services, whether it comes to housing, clothing, or food. Those also play a role in how students are going to navigate. And if students are dealing with those issues, they're going to have a difficult time focusing on academic. And academic becomes a lower item on the priority list. And that's where we see students saying, well, you know what, I got to go to work and I got to help take care of the family. I'll come back to school. And we all know that then what happens there, school becomes a distant memory. because they went straight to work. We want to be able to provide opportunities in that, okay, creative scheduling. Can we do classes in the evening so that students can work in the day? Can we do hybrid so that students only physically come to school for an hour or two versus the traditional 3 to 4 hours in the week? Can we look at Saturday classes? We want to take a look at one of our programs that we're going to be rolling out this fall will be our FAME, Advanced Manufacturing program, in which students will be employed with a paycheck while they're in school, doing both at a full-time rate. And so the opportunity for students to earn a paycheck while they're gaining their education is a huge opportunity that we see going forward. And that's something that, okay, we want to measure this out for 1 year, see how this works, and then can we replicate it in some of our other areas. So we know we have a lot of eyes on that program to see if that works. We want to try to remove those barriers as much as we can in terms of students being able to provide for families if they need to, or if they can focus on academics, great, let's keep them there. Going back to the first portion of that question, when you look at transportation, I know we have our the rural bus system, and so dropping off students, and we see it's coming from Dinuba, it's coming from Sanger, coming from Parlier, coming from Fowler. And so we want to continue to work with those partners. Can we expand services? Can we take a look at how often, the frequency of the buses that they're coming in, dropping off, picking up, whatnot? One other way, though, also that we can look at is our adult education program has started to reach out to some of our partners in offering classes in those communities. And so now we're offering classes, some of our programs in Orange Cove, as well as Parlier. And so being able to go out to the communities, we're receiving more requests now. Can we replicate that in some of our other partners, partner cities? And so when you have Sanger saying, hey, can we get some courses out here? Okay, what can we do? That also breaks down the transportation question, because now we're taking the education to them. We're going to take the education out, serve those communities, and we will figure out internally, how do we make this work? How do we provide the curriculum, academics, resources, and whatnot, whether that's going to be an education center or utilizing current space from the city, whether that's a community center, partnering with our K-12 partners and utilizing classroom space like that. So we do have different opportunities in different ways to break down that transportation barrier. And then looking at food and housing and clothing, our student services here at Reedley, that's a partnership that I absolutely love. Looking at Clyde's Closet, looking at our food pantry, there are different resources available for our students, and we want to make sure that from an instructional side, we support that, because when they work hand in hand, that is one less thing our students have to worry about and can focus on the academic side, complete their program, and move along.
Thank you. Share an example of how you've navigated challenging conversations with faculty regarding DEIA practices, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how would you support faculty in developing innovative, culturally responsive teaching practices here at Reedley College?
Well, in our mission statement, it says right there, we are an inclusive college. We want to provide equitable access to all of our students. And so how we do that is by providing curriculum, by providing instruction, by providing different modalities to which it will engage all of our students. One of the challenges right now that not just Reedley, but every college is facing is that students are coming to us with such variety of learning styles, of learning modalities. We now have to learn and reinvent ourselves as educators. How do we meet those diversified needs? And so students are coming in, we're not in the 1950s anymore. We can't just sit and lecture at students for 50 minutes and then send them on their way. It doesn't work like that. Students need to be engaged. Their coming faculty are embracing that. That's where you're seeing classrooms that really are invigorating, where they have high demand. Students want to be in those classes. They're sharing with each other what classes you can engage in, which classes have that high sharing of thoughts, sharing of ideas, where diversity, inclusion is really taking place. And our faculty are responding to it. And that's one of the things I do love is when you see classes go through, especially in our curriculum committee, and you look at how classes are being updated, they're coming in with how are we updating the classes so that populations are being represented, new ideas are being represented, and our faculty really have taken the charge of that and are looking at ways to how do we include more ideas, more modalities. And so modalities can include hands-on, kinesthetic learning. I think that's when you look at competency-based education, those are all new areas that our faculty are learning, embracing, and just some new ways of engaging with different student populations. And so in looking at how we are respectful to that, we want to make sure that our faculty have those opportunities to develop classes that meet those needs of a variety of students.
Thank you. Our next question has two parts. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
Okay, well, career tech education and looking at how industry needs are changing constantly. And so that was using that example a little bit earlier about criminology. I think that's something that looking at now, we have several committees, our industry partners, where different areas within the college, especially within our CTE program, have advisory groups. And so our faculty are joined by industry leaders in that they are able to take what's going on, what is a new trend. And so one of the areas in advanced manufacturing, that group is able to sit down with our faculty. What demands are now out there in industry? What are the expectations that if a student walks in and has a certificate or a degree from Reedley College, what does that employer believe the student is going to bring to them? They're also going to share with us what they need them to have, though. And that's the bigger piece, is our faculty understand this is what industry expects, this is what they need them to have. Then they're able to then say, okay, let's update our curriculum so that we can make sure we are teaching that skill set, working with our administrative services, working with our budget. We want to make sure that, okay, can we provide or do we need to purchase any new or update materials? I know our shops tend to be, they're expensive, they're pricey, but that's okay because what can we do to provide, right? And so one of our, I know one of our big ones is our flight science program and the ability to have planes that our students can flight test, do certain maneuvers. And so we have to work with our flight science instructors as well as aviation leaders, aviation industry leaders, so that we are purchasing the right equipment, having the right simulators, and so our students can navigate through in the 2 years and finish with a commercial pilot license. So those are different areas in terms of how we want to make sure that we stay up to speed so that our students, when they complete a program, their certificate is relevant and it helps them gain employment in that said industry that they're going for. Now, how do we make sure and how do we roll that into dual enrollment and looking at then bringing in Reedley Middle College into that? Those are opportunities in which, okay, can we stretch it out into the high school and roll that into dual enrollment? So one of the ones I can mention, so I mentioned flight science. One of our new partners, and this is going to be a really unique opportunity for Reedley College, is one of our partners is a brand new high school that'll be opening up next year, Clovis South. They've already announced that they are going to have a flight science program for part of their dual enrollment pathway. And so as being one of the partners, we're able to then say, okay, what classes can we take from our flight science, put that into their junior and senior year in their pathway. That's going to allow students to then access some classes so that by the time they graduate high school, they've already completed some of those early classes so that they get here and they're able to jump into the second year worth of flight science requirements. So those are those opportunities that we have. I know we currently do have a couple of different pathways already set up with Reedley Middle College High School, in that students can walk over. So while they have their campus, they can literally walk over and take classes in our classrooms, and whether that's in our agricultural program, our mechanics program, they have those opportunities to be hands-on in the classes, side by side with our faculty instructors, gaining that industrial or industry skill set that they need to be ready for jobs.
Okay, thank you. And our final question also has two parts. How have you used data to inform instructional decision-making while also addressing equity gaps in student achievement? And what role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
Well, utilizing data, you have to make sure that your data, number one, is quality. Where are you pulling your data from, whether it's persistence data, student success data, student completion rates. So you want to take a look at where you're pulling your data from, and then what's the purpose of it. As I alluded to a little bit earlier, if you're talking about looking at how to grow a program, what has made it successful? Has it been high student success? Have we seen the student persistence, that the students are moving through in an adequate time? Are they finishing the program in 2 to 3 years? And is it recognized as a transferable program? Are they completing a transfer so that they can go on to a 4-year? Or are they looking at the career, and so they want to earn the certificate, and I need to be job ready? So we want to make sure that we are looking at those statistics when we want to look at successful programs, and ensuring, solidifying that, okay, these are sustainable programs that we can continue to support and that students can move forward in. We can also utilize our data to show, and I gave that example a little earlier, if a program we see as a declining enrollment, what is making it declining? Having a conversation with our deans, with our faculty, with our department chairs. And this isn't a, okay, we're going to pick on you, this program's, no, it's nothing like that. It's just simply, how do we reinvigorate? How do we modernize it? How do we make sure that it's relevant and that the industry is still needing students to come out to join that workforce? If the workforce is dying, if the industry is moving on, we have to move on with it. We cannot sit there and still continue to teach outdated work habits or outdated technology if the students are not going to be able to use it once they get into positions. So that's something that data, and we have that data to show us. We also want to make sure that we are having real conversations with our industry partners, going back to when I talked about our advisory committees, ensuring that looking at data from our advisory committees, job retention, workforce retention, salaries, that all plays a role into our students interested and why are they interested in going into that particular type of workforce industry. And so I think those are all different pieces of data that you'd be able to use from that side of it. From a scheduling side of it, there's data components in terms of room efficiency, space efficiency, fill rates. Those are all different things also that we need to look at. Every year or every semester, you want to be able to see, okay, are we utilizing our campus, our facilities, our classrooms, and our faculty? Are we utilizing everybody as efficiently as we can? And if not, then what do we need to do? And that's something that, again, having conversations, and they're not necessarily difficult conversations, they're just simply honest conversations that how can we utilize our space? Because there's a bigger picture in that if we want to modernize things, if we want to do some changes from a construction standpoint, why? We need to have the reason why. We can't just be, because it'll look better. No, we got to have that reason as to if we're running out of classroom space, why are we running out of classroom space? Are we utilizing our classrooms? Are we utilizing our facilities to the max efficiency? And if we are, then we can show that data that says, hey, this program is growing. In 2 years and 3 years, we're not going to have enough space to hold it because we're outgrowing it. Looking at our dual enrollment, looking at our birth rates as students are coming through, those are all things that we want to make sure that we are prepared for going forward.
Thank you. That was our last question, and now you may use the remaining time or just some of the time for closing remarks.
Okay, well, thank you, appreciate that. I think one of the things that in the last 5 months serving as the interim vice president here, Reedley College is a family that's very unique. We're a part of State Center Community College. We're a part of 3 other colleges, Madera, Clovis, and Fresno. But Reedley has something unique that's different than everybody else. As a rural college that offers programs that are just unique, when you have a flight science, when you have FAME, when you have our wildland firefighting group, these are all different programs that rural students see, jump into, and just, okay, what can I do with it, and how can I continue to grow and work in my community? And those are all different things that, being from the Central Valley, the students really represent that hard work, that work ethic, and Reedley College provides those opportunities for students to learn, navigate, and then be ready for the job when they complete the programs. I want to continue to serve in this capacity, to support our faculty, to support our deans and our administrators, to continue to support our support staff, but most importantly, to support our students. As I shared earlier, that working in the K-12 industry as a principal and an assistant superintendent, one of the cool things that's happened in the last 5 months is I've been able to run into a few students here at Reedley that were actually my students when they were kindergartners and first graders back in Kingsburg. And so they were able to come up to me, talk with me, share what they've been doing, and then say, hey, this is kind of cool, Dr. Diaz, that you were my first principal, and now you're my vice president that I get to graduate college with. And you look at that and you go, okay, I had a small little impact in this student's life, but the fact that they can look at me and go, thank you for supporting, thank you for helping, that to me at the end of the day is what we do. We want to make sure that students have that opportunity to provide for their families as they continue to grow, get into the workforce, and contribute back to the community, which we all call home. So thank you for allowing me to be here today, and thank you again. That was it.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Diaz. We appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's been watching on our live stream and here in person. Our next session will begin at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Time starts now. Sam went like this, so I don't know, it's 5 minutes or? Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our open forum for the Vice President of Instruction position. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications, George Takata. This is our candidate, second candidate of the day, Sherilyn Krill Hornsby. Thank you so much for your time. We will begin with an opening statement.
Well, I just want to start out.
You can pick that up, yeah.
Thank you. That would have been difficult. I just want to start out by saying thank you, everyone, for being here. I really do appreciate that this is an important process and that you guys have a lot to listen to today. So I'm going to do my best to try and make sure that the content I give you allows you to have a clear understanding of who I am as an individual and a future colleague. Talking about just in general my background, I have been working at State Center for 17 years now, and I've had progressively complicated positions, starting out with a classified professional position, which was very complicated. Moving on to the District Director of Grants and External Funding, where I had the opportunity to work on some incredibly fabulous both instructional and student support services programs here at Reedley College, which is where I really started to learn about this college, which I think of as the hidden gem of this district. And then into my current position as Dean of Social Sciences at Fresno City College, where I oversee 18 instructional programs, 6 of which are career technical education focused. I have about 50 full-time faculty, 70 part-time faculty, and more than 20 classified professionals who I get to work with on a regular basis on some incredible programming to support our students. We have about 13,000 students who come through every semester in our program areas, and so I really do enjoy the ability to help build programs that will help them see and then actually get to their visions of their own futures. And as somebody who has worked on projects spanning from construction all the way through key area implementation around AB 928 and AB 1111, Area F, with all of the fun parts of coming up with a whole new sequence for CalGETC and staffing up for that area. I feel like I have a really strong background both with organizational processes and the understanding of how to work with a large team on building a dream that they can then see actually come to fruition. I'm a highly collaborative leader, and I really do think that collaboration is one of the things I see at Reedley College. Every time I'm here and every time I get to talk with people about the amazing programs at this institution, those areas of teamwork and support and everyone's willingness to come together to find the best possible opportunities for our students really have made me feel like this would be a terrific campus home. I am myself from a small rural community, North Fork, California. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere on the way to Yosemite. My parents were both educators in that community. My grandparents were educators here in the Central Valley, and so I have 3 generations of educational expertise in working with our local populations and their needs, and I would love to bring that to this campus.
Thank you. Our first question. Reedley College has a large dual enrollment program serving multiple school districts. How would you support collaboration between instruction and student services, particularly with the upcoming CalGETC implementation? And what strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
So just to be aware, I'm probably going to make you repeat parts of that.
Sure.
But that being said, I think strong dual enrollment really starts with strong partnerships with our K-12 districts and their understanding of what the opportunities are that are available to their students. In the best sense, dual enrollment is a strong pathway to a degree, where students are actually completing a significant portion of their college programming in a space where they have a lot of support systems around them. At the high school, unlike here, they can make them go to tutorial services and get the supports they need to be able to succeed in their courses. And they also are getting to do all of this with a lot of not just academic, but financial supports at the high school to accomplish this. But I think in its worst sense, dual enrollment can feel hodgepodge. When you don't have a very strong sequence of courses or an understanding of why those courses are being selected for a campus, what their goals are for their students, be it either pathway or transfer, it can be frustrating for faculty members to engage with. And I think that's where really importantly conversations between those individual sites and the various faculty whose program areas are going to be impacted is really critical to make sure that there is collaborative understanding on not only what courses could be offered, but what instructors will be offering those courses and the sequence of those courses. And then also, obviously, the supports for those instructors, because dual enrollment is a different environment in some ways in the classroom, not in what we are delivering in the classroom space, but in the way that, especially when we have high school partners who are fully qualified, who are teaching those classes, our need to be able to really mentor and support them in becoming college instructors on our behalf. Can you repeat the second half of the question?
Yes. What strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
So when it comes to expanding dual enrollment opportunities, I think this is, I think everybody likes a quick solution, but I think this is a slow build. I think you have to demonstrate that the system is working and that the communication is strong and establish those communication pathways and expectations. I think you need to work very closely with your high school partners so that they understand the timing of course sequencing when it comes to simply building a schedule. At the high school level, they don't build a schedule a year out. So they oftentimes come to us at the very end of what we think is preparation for the beginning of the next semester with a whole new set of courses that they would really like us to be able to fulfill on their behalf, and this can be very difficult. But I think, again, this is a communication issue. I think when we don't work and live and breathe in the same type of scheduling system, we really don't understand the challenges that the other folks are facing. And so I know that Reedley College has in the past, I believe, held some dual enrollment summits around creating stronger understandings between the systems of what the needs are and how those functional organizational processes work. And I think continuing those conversations is going to be able to give us the strength of a foundation that can expand in a way that is beneficial to not only our K-12 partners, but to the students that we ultimately are serving as our students.
Okay, thank you. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
So I think that acknowledging the fact that an increased workload is a real thing and that is can be very challenging for faculty to feel like they are solely responsible for working through is important as a starting point. Acknowledging that we're all humans and that we all have limits to what we feel are reasonable when it comes to our work hours. But that being said, I think that when you have faculty who are excited about their program areas and want to see them grow, you can do a lot when it comes to finding ways to create stronger promotions around specific courses, content, and just the outreach to get them enrolled. Sometimes this is as simple as, when was the course scheduled? Does it actually make sense for students who are likely to want to take that course to come at that time? Is the format of the course not going to make sense? Some classes are better in person than they are online, and we have to accept that fact and work with that. When it comes to LGI instruction, I think that we have a contract that tells us very clearly that LGI instruction should be paid at a very particular rate depending on the number of students being instructed, and I think we need to respect that when we make those choices with faculty, that they recognize that there is a payment to be able to support that, but that there are other opportunities that we can bring to help them work those instructional spaces. When you're grading 190 papers, it can be a little daunting. So I know there are some opportunities such as having our readers and other support units be able to assist faculty with things like attendance taking and things of that nature. So I would really need to know a little bit more about the existing support systems, but I think there are some really interesting and creative opportunities that might be able to see us incorporate something along the lines of having master's students from Fresno State act as a type of TA support for those classroom spaces, which would not only help our instructors, but maybe even help grow our faculty ranks in the long run.
Thank you. How would you build the schedule of classes to avoid conflicts for students and ensure that all students have access to necessary courses to stay on track toward graduation?
So I think this looks a lot at course mapping and course sequencing, and I think this is an important conversation to be had with all faculty, not just instructional faculty, but also counselors. I think counselors oftentimes get a lot of information from students about why they didn't succeed in a course or dropped a course or didn't feel ready for a course. And I think that information for instructional faculty, in my experience, has been really invaluable. So I think the more we can have those inter-faculty conversations, I think the more we're going to find ways to be able to create stronger course sequences. When it comes to scheduling at that point, I think it depends on the type of courses you're talking about. It's very easy to go to something like a block scheduling idea when you're dealing with only 3-unit instructional only courses, but you start throwing in labs or fewer or more units and it can get very messy. It's very important though to take a global scheduling look at how the interdependent units that all feed into things like our CalGet-C sequences are being scheduled so that we aren't overlapping our courses in a way that creates barriers, unintended barriers for our students. They have to be able to find courses at a variety of times and in a variety of formats that will allow them to be able to efficiently schedule. And again, going back to that whole course mapping, course sequencing situation, I think students having a stronger understanding of why their course sequences are set the way they are and how they can be supported in understanding the importance of those sequences can really help. But on the far side of that, if they really do understand the importance of their course sequences and then can't get to those courses because they're never scheduled, we have to have a conversation about how to make sure that those courses are appearing in a way that is going to fulfill those students' goals when it comes to their educational needs.
Thank you. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
So some of this goes back to the course scheduling and the variety of formats and opportunities for various formats that students can engage in their coursework in that might be more flexible and would allow them to have more flexibility in the times and days that they're going to be on campus. But when they're here, I think it's very important that they are dealing with an entire college that truly understands the various support systems that are available to them. I think a lot of times we forget that we're a little city and that we genuinely have supports for almost anything a student might need. I know in my own work, I have really implemented a lot of professional development for my instructional faculty members around the various services that are available on campus. I frequently have instructional faculty who come to me who are talking about a student's struggles and their needs and do not understand the scope of the opportunities to support that student at the campus because they don't understand what are the requirements to be involved in EOP&S and how do you set up for a scheduled appointment with a psychological services counselor. So I do a lot to really integrate the programming about what our student services are for our instructional faculty to learn about them. And I do this in my division meetings currently. At the beginning of every division meeting, I get through the basic meat of the day-to-day stuff very quickly, and then I spend most of the rest of the time with instructors and counseling faculty talking together about what services are available and being introduced to those services. We also have implemented in our LGI classroom spaces a project that we're calling Community Connections, Campus Community Connections, pardon me. And what that is we actually have a rotation of about 9 weeks where instructors in LGI spaces can sign up to have a 5-minute demonstration at the beginning of class. We have included health services, psych services, EOP&S, DSP&S, veteran services, tutorial services, library services, and I think, and financial aid. And there's another one I can't think of that we're incorporating starting next year. And just having that time once in a week at the beginning of class for 5 minutes means that the students not only know more about those services on campus and how to access them, but they also have a face in those service areas to go and speak with. And I think a lot of times that's the daunting aspect for students, is that not knowing somebody there is a person, a real human being on the other end of that service that's there to help them and wants to see them come and join their service. George, would you mind reading the question one more time? I want to make sure I covered it.
Sure. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
So I think another big aspect of demystifying basic needs for students is also destigmatizing. I think many of our students come to us thinking that they are supposed to use the proverbial bootstraps to get through college, that they are supposed to accomplish all this on their own. There's a lot of imposter syndrome out there about, if I can't do this without having to ask for help, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I would challenge any educator in this space, any community member, to think about whether or not they would have gotten to where they are right now without help, without somebody being able to assist them. So I think that really emphasizing to students that those services are not just there, but that they need to access them, and finding ways to really support them doing so can be interesting. I think there are some creative opportunities around project-based learning, where you could choose to have a scaffolded project where a student would spend some time in the second week of classes where they had to go engage with library services in order to get research, and they had to have a librarian or somebody from the library research services area sign off that they had done so, where they had to take their first draft into the writing center and get feedback. They don't have to incorporate it, but they have to at least have engaged with the services. I think this is important for a couple of reasons. One is students, I think, frequently feel stigmatized when they get asked by a faculty member whether or not they've considered going and using support services. This is obviously not the faculty member's intention, but I think students internalize a lot of things about their value if they can't do it on their own. So if you make it the entire class's project, there is no stigma. Everybody's going and doing this. Good students go to tutorials. Students who need help go to tutorial. It's just a way you go and get better at what you're doing. The other nice thing about this is it increases student efficacy, which means that they don't feel like they have to wait for permission for the next faculty member to suggest that they might want to go to the math lab to get help. They know where the math lab is, they know who is there, they know how to sign up for an appointment, and they can do that without feeling like it's a reflection on them.
Thank you. Next question, share an example of how you've navigated challenging conversations with faculty regarding DEIA practices, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how would you support faculty in developing innovative, culturally responsive teaching practices here at Reedley College?
So this is actually the area of my dissertation. I find this very interesting because I've had conversations with faculty who are self-proclaimed if not anti-DEI, they just don't understand what the reason for it is. And I frequently ask them the kinds of things that they experienced when they were a student and the kind of things that they want their students to be able to experience. And what they most frequently are describing about wanting their students to feel engaged in their learning process, to feel like they can contextualize the things that they are learning about to their own lived experience, their desire to see their students bring their full selves to their classroom spaces. These are all DEI concepts. They're just not called DEI when you talk about them in that framework. So I think that in most cases what I have found is that there is actually a much stronger connection to the student-centered aspects of equity-based and culturally sensitive and appropriate educational practices than people recognize. They just, when you throw all those other terms at them, there's a lot of politics behind those terms. But the idea that they want their students to succeed and feel successful, I don't know faculty who don't want that. And if you're out there, please don't tell me. So that being said, I think that when you want to have those conversations with faculty, you have to start out by having a baseline of what is their goal for their students and their students' learning, and then talk to them about in very candid terms, using data and information, research, and the facts about how student learning is impacted in a positive manner by using very specific techniques that call on the full student to be in the classroom and that respect the full student's background, knowledge, and experience as a part of the learning process, and then give them workshops with their colleagues to be able to get through some of the, quite frankly, what I often find is personal stress about changing long-standing classroom practices. You know, there's a certain level of, for faculty, internalized need to be expert at all things when they walk in the room, right? I know faculty beat themselves up for days over a bad lecture. We're all humans. We have bad days. We're all still learning. And so I think that being able to support them and let them know that discomfort that can come with change is part of a process, and that there's people here to help support them through it, and that we're going to encourage them with supports along the way, can be very important.
Thank you. Another two-part question here. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
Okay, so when we talk about aligning our work at the college with career technical education in particular, I think what we're talking about is listening with our industry partners, but then also really working with our students to understand those industry partners and the jobs and skill sets and the careers they're going to be taking on. So many of our career technical education programs benefit from being very hands-on. Students can see if the skills that they are working on are growing as they are doing them. But then taking that out into a job site or a workplace and understanding how that skill set applies to a larger organization can sometimes be a challenge. So I think that finding as many ways as possible to connect students early on with career-based opportunities that allow them to understand the work that they're going to be doing from their career technical education backgrounds can be very important. Similarly, for transfer pathways, I think that oftentimes we have this impression that there's less hands-on opportunity, and I think that there are creative ways to actually create those. I think we don't look enough at things like how we can connect with our local nonprofit organizations using federal work studies dollars to support students going out into the community and doing work that is related to the work that they want to do. I think our transfer students many times suffer from not knowing why they're taking that general education course and how it's going to apply to their larger job prospects in the long run or their transfer. And so I think giving them, again, real world opportunities to take those skill sets and apply them to work that they would like to do in future, and understand how all of those interdisciplinary courses that they're taking in their transfer sequence all apply to the work that they will be doing in the long run, both in their academic career and in their full career, is really important. So again, this comes down to trying to find ways to creatively connect classroom programming to the both industry and our four-year partners. This can be anything from, with our four-year partners, anything from having panel discussions with near peers who have gone on to 4 years in the similar program areas that can come in and kind of demystify what that looks like, because I know sometimes that leap from the 2-year to the 4-year can feel kind of daunting, to having actual academic leads in those other institutions come and talk about the program opportunities and the things that students will be able to do within their upper division coursework that will apply to their long-term interests.
Thank you. Our final question, also two parts. How have you used data to inform instructional decision-making while also addressing equity gaps in student achievement? And what role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
So I use data all the time for specifically strategic enrollment management, looking at when courses are filling, whether or not we are setting up schedules in a way that students can make it through their full sequence, looking at the best times and modalities for courses for students and how their success rates are looking for those modalities and courses. But within that success rate information is also a lot of very important disaggregated information when it comes to our students by groups, be that ethnic groups, gender groups, and how they are experiencing those courses. And I think that that is the point where you can have some very interesting informed conversations with instructional faculty member, either as groups or individually, around what they see in the data and what story they think that tells. And being able to compare with other instructors who might be having different outcomes and allowing for important conversations around how those outcomes might be being enacted. Sorry, can you read the second part of the question?
Sure. What role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
Well, faculty are the key. I mean, in all ways, if you have faculty who are able to look at the information, the data, and the results that are coming out of their classroom spaces and are willing to also look at the institution and themselves as a part of the formula for how to change those rates, not just the students. I think that that is where all of the fruitful conversations can start. I think that oftentimes a large portion of the discussion is getting to that point, being able to look at the fact that if you're, I'm gonna just pick on the mathematicians here, sorry folks. If your math class is the only math class that continually has low achievement rates for Hispanic men, then asking what peers you have that have different achievement rates in the same courses and exploring what it is that they're doing in those classroom spaces gives a lot of fruit for thought and opportunity for engagement and change. I think this also comes down to being able to have professional development opportunities for faculty where they can explore these same kind of questions in a broader context and then bring back to their classroom spaces the opportunity to try something new. And this is where administration comes in. I would say that the biggest fear that I've heard from faculty in trying to make changes in their classroom spaces is that they are going to get caught out for it in some way, that they are going to get a bad evaluation or that people are not going to understand what they're doing or won't support their efforts. So I think that's really where we as administrators have to look at how we are resourcing faculty, both in professional development and other instructional equipment needs to be able to try things that are new, and then give them some runway to try it, right? Nothing, like when we have new faculty, we don't expect them to be perfect the first day, right? Doing something new in your classroom is like being new faculty all over again. And sadly, we've all had lots of experience in that feeling over the last 4 or 5 years, first dealing with the pandemic, and now facing what are we gonna do about AI, right? This feeling of always feeling like there's something else out there that we're trying to learn can get very frustrating, but I think there's a way of flipping that script and making it opportunity for conversations with colleagues, which every time I've ever done an evaluation where 2 faculty members have an educational discussion rather than doing a classroom visit, they both come back so energized about just discussing what it is they're doing in their courses. Even if it's like 2 totally different takes on it, just the ideas that they can bounce off each other. I would love to encourage more of those conversations.
Thank you. That concludes our Q&A segment of this session, and you may use your remaining time for closing remarks.
Well, I won't use all my remaining time.
Or some of it.
So for everyone listening at home or here, I don't know if this is being broadcast or not, but I apologize for my incredibly fast speaking methodology. I obviously am a little nervous, and that's okay. But I really do hope that you got a sense from my responses of a few things, specifically that I have a lot of respect for the fact that our instructional faculty are deeply embedded in our student experience, and that is a huge responsibility, and that they take it quite seriously, and that resourcing them and giving them tools and supports as a part of this position is a big part of what I want to do. That I'm somebody who really wants to listen to what's going on in their classroom spaces and try and help them find ways of doing things that will make their experience and their students' experience a better one and a more successful one. That I am somebody who really believes in the ability for all of our students to succeed, and the ability for our institution to look at itself and its practices and make choices that will be the best choices for those successes. And that sometimes that's gonna mean some critical and uncomfortable conversations. And sometimes that's gonna take some self-reflection, and it's not going to be fun all the time. But I think that in the end, the goal that I always bring is that people who are in conversation about these changes can feel like their creativity and their explicit knowledge of how to support students is what needs to be centered. And that when we can do that, and that's for both instructional and counseling faculty, I think that that frees up a lot of opportunity to really make sure our students are doing well. And then one last note. I'm standing in the middle of this beautiful building, and I recognize that we have a lot of new construction projects coming Reedley's way with Measure Q funds. I've done a lot of work around supporting construction projects at Fresno City College in my time there as dean, and I know the amount of time and energy that that all takes, and I understand the toll that both the project itself and the resulting spaces can take on our classified professionals. And as somebody who comes from classified professional service ranks, I need you to know that I will always advocate for more resources, because when our classified professionals become overworked, this has a downstream impact on all of us. I know everybody says that without classified professionals, the whole thing falls apart. I know for a fact that that's the case, because I've been that classified professional. And I know the grind that comes with that sometimes, but I also know the absolute passion that our classified professionals bring to their work. And I want to make sure that they are supported and resourced in that work. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon or this morning.
This morning, yes. Thank you, Ms. Krill-Hornsby, for your time. And yes, we are live streaming. So thank you to our live stream audience for joining us, as well as our audience here in the McLarty Center for Fine and Performing Arts. Our next session will begin at approximately 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our open forum for the Vice President of Instruction position here at Reedley College. I'm George Takata, the Director of Marketing and Communications. Welcome to all of our viewers on our live stream YouTube channel and here in person at the McLarty Center for Fine and Performing Arts. I'd like to welcome our candidate, Dr. Kurt Sterling, to Reedley College. And Dr. Sterling, welcome. And we will begin with an opening statement.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to be here, and thank you all for you being here. What's going on, Richard? And for those in the back there, I'd like to address one thing. There's a small inaccuracy in the blurb that I presented to you. I used AI to help me polish the language in there, and it changed grew up in the Central Valley to Central Valley native, which is not the case. I was actually born on the East Coast and then spent the first 12 years of my life living in New Zealand before moving back to Modesto, where I went to high school and went to Modesto Junior College. At that time, I was going to be a music major. I wanted to be a high school band director, so I played saxophone, clarinet, flute, and marching percussion. And from there, I transferred to Cal State Northridge, where I realized that traditional education really wasn't for me. And they said, thanks for coming, don't come back. And so I moved home, and I spent the next 10 years working. I spent some time working as I managed a pet store, and then I spent about 9 years working in pharmacy. And that's what actually brought me to the Fresno area, was working in pharmacy in all areas of hospital and retail, pharmacy, inpatient, outpatient, home infusion companies. And it was at that time that I realized I was in a better place and ready to go back and return to college. And it was my experience there at Fresno State where I realized that my real passion wasn't pharmacy, but was teaching. Working as a graduate TA, teaching biology classes, I really thought, this is amazing, because one of the things that I've always been enamored with is watching that spark go off. When you watch students make that connection, especially in a laboratory class, between content and concept, and put those pieces together. So when I left Fresno State, I got a job. I've been working for the last 21 years at Lemoore College. I've spent 17 years as a faculty member, teaching all of the biology classes that were available, and then the last 4 years, I've been the Dean of Instruction there, the Educational Services Dean. Through my time as a faculty member, I've served on numerous committees, and it was my experience there as the Academic Senate President. I served 2 terms as a senator, and then almost 3 terms as the Senate President, where, again, I found this passion for governance and policy and leadership. And it was through that experience that I then stepped into preparing myself for administration by returning to Fresno State. Actually did my dissertation looking at preparation of community college deans up and down the state. Because one of my core beliefs is that everybody has the opportunity to grow and learn. Carol Dweck called it, the word has fallen out of my head, we'll move on. So as a faculty member, the students will always come to you and say, what should I do next? To which my question is always, what do you want to do? Students are always looking for affirmation, but it really turns down to them. I had so many students who would say, Dr. Sterling, I don't think I want to be a nurse. I'm like, well, then what's the problem? What do you really want to do? I want to be an esthetician. Great, if that's what you're passionate about, go do that, right? Because it's okay to change your plan, and this is one of the things I work with a group of NSF STEM students for the last 4 years. It's okay to change your mind, especially in community college, as long as you've got a plan. What's the plan? What direction are you going? Because I'm the guy that came out of high school and went to community college because I was going to be a high school band director. Well, then that didn't work. Well, then I was going to manage a pet store. Well, that didn't work. So I went from there to be in pharmacy, and that was fascinating, but I realized that wasn't for me either until I fell backwards into being a biology professor, and that did work for me. And then through growing on that experience and then becoming the dean and growing and learning through all of that. So I guess the last part that I want to open with is my administrative philosophy. I felt this way as a Senate president and as a faculty member, and now as a dean. It's faculty and administration work together, right? It's not that I worked for the dean when I was faculty, and as the dean, I'm not telling them what to do. It's our job to work together for student success, right? It's my job to empower the faculty And if I move up into this role as the vice president, it's my role to work with the deans and the department chairs, again, to make sure that student success is what's happening. Because leadership is tough, right? Being the person in charge is difficult. But you will always know why I made my decisions. I like to be transparent when I make those decisions so that everybody understands the decisions are made for the best interest of the students at heart.
Thank you. Our first question, if you need me to repeat the questions, I'm more than happy to do it. Reedley College has a large dual enrollment program serving multiple school districts. How would you support collaboration between instruction and student services, particularly with the upcoming CalGETSI implementation? And what strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
So first of all, we need to recognize that you guys are doing dual enrollment really well here as one of the largest dual enrollment programs up and down the state. The next piece of the puzzle is two-part. One, everybody has become enamored with dual enrollment. To what end? And as the conversations have gone on regionally, getting away from what we've called random acts of dual enrollment. Students want to take this class, they want to take that class. And I think one of the things that we need to do is make sure that we have the pathway. And when we're working with our feeder high schools, is making sure that the college and the high schools are working together to make sure that these programs are going somewhere, right? It's not just like, hey, I want to take this one class, and then when I get to community college or a 4-year, we'll figure out how that benefits me, taking an English or an art history or your statistics courses. And it doesn't have to be just in the traditional pathways, right? It could be in your CTE pathways as well, where you're building out these pathways and these programs that the students are interested in and are connected with your local agencies or your local hiring. You know, what are your large industries in the area, right? So are you working with your high school to make sure that what you're offering fits? One of the interesting pieces of the puzzle right now is minimum quals, making sure that you have the instructors to teach that. Are the high school faculty, do you have high school faculty that are available to do that? Are you going to offer your class online with a facilitator at the high school campus? Is your instructor and your facilitator, are they dialoguing and working together? So I think just making sure that everybody clearly understands what the purpose of dual enrollment is. While Dr. Christian had said she wants every student coming out of high school to have 12 units of dual enrollment, that's great as long as we're making sure that that's a strategic and planned 12 units for what it is that that student wants to do. And does that student know what it is that they want to do? And is it what the student wants to do, or is it what the parent wants the student to do?
Thank you. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
So again, and I appreciate this as a faculty member. Again, when I was teaching laboratory classes are going to be capped anyway, because unless you've got a really large physical space. Everybody wants that one-on-one contact, which is great from small sizes, but you have to make everybody understand the moving parts between about how are we funded as a community college. And this is the unsexy part of the job, realizing that we have to have classes with enough students in them so that the state will reimburse us at a rate that we can pay the bills, right? Do you have those courses that are offered in a modality that will have a higher enrollment? And do you have faculty that see the value in that? A lot of times these tend to be general education classes, which is all well and good. But faculty, I've worked with faculty to explain that to them so that they see, if you want to have those, we'll call them upper division, even though they're not later sequence courses, where you have that one-on-one contact, you have to take this portfolio approach where you have to have some classes that are going to offset those low enrollments. And again, as a faculty member, we want it to be about the students because it is always about the students, but as an administrator, it's my job to make sure that we're paying the bills.
Thank you. How would you build the schedule of classes to avoid conflicts for students and ensure that all students have access to necessary courses to stay on track toward graduation?
So I've just done this recently and been involved in this at Lemoore, where we worked with the faculty to build a pathway for each and every degree. What classes does a student need, and what semester do they need to take each of those courses? And then do we have this information stored somewhere so that when I'm building a schedule, I can go in and pull that out, right? One of the interesting places where this can become a problem is if you have some of your GE courses or even your major courses that are being used for GE in other departments and you're not aware of that. That happened to me just this past year. I'll give you a real world example when our art classes had art history. The two art histories were separated, only one in the fall and one in the spring. So I offered the one in the fall, and then all of a sudden the counselors came back and said, what happened to that other art class? And I said, well, the pathway says it's only going to be offered in the fall. And they said, yes, but we're using it for GE for X, right? So you have to have a pathway so that everybody understands what courses are going to be offered and when. So that requires working with the faculty and the discipline specialists to understand what's the pathway. Are they connected to the transfer institutions so that we're getting all of the classes that we need to get those students out and transferring? And then are you offering enough sections of those classes so that a student can have that little bit of wiggle room, because you don't want to, we don't want to tell the students what to take and when. Although sometimes we have to do that. If you've got a really small program, you're kind of constrained by the enrollment where students, but then if you're looking at cohort and cohort management, there's a benefit as well, because those students are going to work together. We're going to get them through the program in a timely fashion.
Thank you, sir. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
I think transportation is one of those pieces that not everybody realized until, say, the last 5 to 10 years, that we just assumed that students were going to go to school and they could get there. But when you have a small rural institution, smaller like Reedley, or even much smaller like us in Lemoore, where we were very isolated, do you have the infrastructure? We have bus services to get students there. But if you have students that are living rurally, what options do you have to get students in? Is there a regional transit system that can get the students to campus? Can you read the second part of that?
Sure. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
Sure. So it's not just about transportation. It's always been about basic needs. If a student can't afford to go to school, if a student doesn't have the resources to go to school because they have to go to work or their family needs them to do other things, they're not going to get here. So how do we use that Guided Pathways, that funding? Are we offering classes in a manner that serves those students? If we're talking about some of your career tech students who may be working during the day and then are taking classes to upskill in the evening, are you scheduling those courses in the evening when they need them? One of the other things we've done at Lemoore is for our Team Teach students, these are our students who want to become teachers, are we offering classes that they need in the morning because they have to go to the elementary schools and the junior high schools in the afternoon to get their internship hours? So are you building pathways to serve that need? Are we leveraging those funds from Guided Pathways to build out these kinds of programs? Another one would be the Jumpstart program that I know a number of institutions are doing, where we have those high school students that are coming here in the summer. We're using the high school district buses, because the students can usually get to the high school, and then we can use those buses to get them to our campus and back and forth.
Thank you. Share an example of how you've navigated challenging conversations with faculty regarding DEIA practices, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how would you support faculty in developing innovative, culturally responsive teaching practices here at Reedley College?
So one of the first things you have to recognize is that there's a difference between how certain individuals have to navigate the world. My boys who look like me, when they get pulled over by the police, don't have to behave in a certain manner, whereas I have African American friends who have had to have the talk with their sons about how to behave when they get pulled over, okay? And so you have to be able to share on both sides of the aisle about the fact that the world doesn't see everybody the same. We have to get away from this idea of, well, we're colorblind, because you have to recognize the difference of everyone that's in this room. I am not the same as every one of you in here. My lived experience is not the same as every one of you in here. So we have to acknowledge that and find a way to do that in a manner that's not outrageously confrontational, to see that there is a difference, that our lived experiences are different, and they are valid. So how do you have that conversation? Well, I think if you can figure out the answer to that question, then, I mean, that's one of the $64,000 questions right now. Everybody has to be in a place, you have to be able to dialogue, and you have to have, I was gonna reference a book. Oh, Covey's Speed of Trust. Stephen Covey wrote a book called Speed of Trust. How have you developed trust so that you can have these difficult conversations, so that you can be vulnerable with someone, and they can be vulnerable with you? Because it's not a matter of one side moving to the left or one side moving to the right. It's about moving to the middle to find a way to navigate it for both parties.
Thank you. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
Would you read that again?
Sure, yeah. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
All we have to come up with is the one size that fits all, right? Which, as we know, doesn't exist. Working with your local industries, working with your advisory committees, which is why CTE has those advisory committees, you have to understand what they want out of the people that they're hiring. So you need to figure out, are you offering them what they need? The other question is, can you offer that, right? Which is not to say, so we tend to think of CTE and traditional transfer as being completely separate, but I don't think that's the case. There's a number of things that we can think of, like some of our ag pathways now, where we used to think of those as more CTE, but now we have this huge ag resource to our northwest in Fresno State, where they have a huge ag program, viniculture, crop sciences. So figuring out what classes can we offer in dual enrollment so that those students coming out of those dual enrollment pathways have multiple options. Can they take those dual enrollment classes? Do they have the pathway built up so they can now transfer here to Fresno, to Reedley? Are we to get them what they need while they're here, meeting all of the basic needs while they're here so that they can stay here and that they can be successful and persist from semester to semester, and then help them prepare to transfer to those four-year institutions, or find a job either through something like internships or apprenticeships where they have that opportunity to learn as they go, and then when they leave here, step into that position as either as a welder or whatever the position may be right when they leave here.
Thank you. And our last question, also two parts. How have you used data to inform instructional decision-making while also addressing equity gaps in student achievement? And what role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
When I'm building a schedule currently, there's a couple of things that I need to know, and one of the resources that I use is I have our historical data looking back. What classes are offered when, And how successful are those classes as far as fill rates? Now, fill rates aren't the end-all, be-all of everything, but you need to know how many students are in your courses. Are you offering enough courses where you've got these huge wait lists and students aren't getting in? Are you offering too many courses where you don't have the fill rates to make those classes productive? Would you read the second half of that question again?
Sure. What role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
I think when you're building schedules, faculty have to be directly involved with that because they're the ones that are delivering the content. They know what the pathway is. They should be in contact and connection, at least understanding what the transfer pathways look out of your community college and into the four-year institutions. So they need to be involved in building out the pathways that we need. When should this class be offered? This class needs to be offered first semester. This class needs to be offered second semester, third semester, fourth semester. How many sections of that class do we need? Do they buy into the vision? If we look at the historical data and it says, yes, we need X, we need Y. Also, as is the case quite often right now, we're seeing a lot of legislated changes that are coming down the pike. Cal Getsy is one of those. It can benefit students, but our faculty being involved in that conversation, bringing their expertise, many of them have played this game for a long time. What is their historical perspective? And if they look forward, what do they think the future looks like? I mean, there's some of it that's always going to be kind of crystal ball, but are you working together? Because I'm, as the administrator, don't have all the answers. It's my job to work with my peers, the faculty, like I said, people that I see and much more horizontal than vertically, to listen to their input to help me because they're the ones that are connecting with the students. And so we're working together to flesh out what these pathways and programs and courses look like.
Thank you, Dr. Sterling. That concludes our Q&A segment of this session. You may now take some time for closing remarks.
Again, I want to thank the committee for this opportunity. I want to thank all 5 of you for being here this morning. Lovely facility that you have here. I'm excited for this opportunity. I hope that I have conveyed to you who I am, because I think when these relationships work best is when you have 2 individuals or 2 groups that have come together to understand what each offers and are they going to be a good fit, right? I bring my skills, I bring my 21 years of experience, I bring my 10 years of working outside of education, and quote unquote in the real world, if you will. I've worked with my peers, I've worked with faculty in different departments, and now as an administrator, I work across not only math and science. We all tend to go back to what we're comfortable with. So as a microbiologist, I'm really comfortable being in math and sciences. But I've also learned to work with my peers in arts and letters, whom I knew before I became an administrator, because different disciplines are organized or organize themselves differently. And so it's my job to know and understand those differences. And as an administrator, it's my job to empower faculty to serve the students. Because really what it comes down to, the most important people on our campus is our students. And the most important thing we do is help them be successful. And the student has to define what success means to them. And it's our job to help them be successful in their plan. Sometimes we have to teach them how to navigate. I also want the students to know that it's okay to change your plan, right? As long as there is a plan. It's okay to change your mind. And so often we see students that want to do X when that's really not what they want to do. But they don't know until they've been here. I've always been a big fan of telling students when talking with high school students that I know personally, they're like, what classes should I take? You can't get your bang for your buck outside of community college that you can get at a 4-year institution, right? So are you taking those GE classes that are going to expose you to those many different things so that you get that idea of where you want to go and where do you fit in the world? So I'm here to offer my services to you and to help and be a team player in this relationship.
Well, Dr. Sterling, I want to thank you for your time this morning. Thank you to our live stream YouTube audience, as well as you in attendance here in our McClarty Center for Fine and Performing Arts. Concludes our session. Our next session will begin at approximately 12 o'clock, 12 noon. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is the afternoon now, and welcome to our session for our Vice President of Instruction position here at Reedley College. I'd like to thank all of you who are joining us on our YouTube live stream, as well as here in person at the McLarty Center for Fine and Performing Arts. I'm George Takata, the Director of Marketing and Communications here at Reedley College. To my right is Dr. Michelle Miller-Galaz. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We will have a Q&A session, but before that, we will begin with an opening statement.
Hello. Hello, there are a few people here in the audience. Yes, so my name is Michelle, and I'm currently the Dean of Instruction at Porterville College, about 50 miles or so down south of here, and I'm a Dean of Instruction. I've been at Porterville College for 5.5 or so years, and the areas that I currently oversee are fine and applied arts, language arts, which includes some of our non-credit ESL and Spanish, and then I also have social sciences. I also have the library or academic support services like our Learning Center, and then I'm over Rising Scholars, our inmate education program, and a bunch of grants, Common Course Numbering, ZTC, Ethnic Studies, Anti-Racism, and a couple more that I completely forgot, basic skills and whatnot. So I'm over several different of our grants. I do have a doctorate in education that I received from Northeastern University several years ago. And I did my dissertation on persistence of Hispanic older adult students. I was quite interested in that because I really believe that there's limited literature on it, or the literature that's out there was not an asset-based focus. It was more of a negative focus, and so I was really trying to do a persistence focus. Let's see, I have a couple other degrees. During COVID, I was a little bored being at home, so I went and got a master's in instructional design, which was great, I loved it. I have an MBA from years and years ago. Before higher education, I have a little bit of a different pathway to higher education. I actually worked in government and nonprofits for a number of years, mostly around community mobilization, domestic violence, victim advocacy. And I was over grants and budgets and contracts and all the wonderful stuff like that. But I got into higher education and I thought, wow, I really, really love this. I'm a mom. My kids are older. They're both adults. Actually, I have 3 kids. They're all 3. One I adopted when she was 10. She's a mom in Washington, and I have a daughter that's in Japan. She's been teaching English over there for a number of years, and she just finished her master's in TESOL in education, and I'm really excited for her. I'm very happy for her. It took a long time for her to get it done. COVID kind of messed her up a little bit. And then my son, who actually still lives at home, and he's still trying to figure out his life. He's going to community colleges, a couple of them across the state, actually. And that's kind of my personal life. I'm also a cat mom. I have cats. I'm probably covered in cat hair. I usually am. But that's just something that kind of comes with me. It's cat hair, too.
Thank you very much. We'll now begin the Q&A session. If you need me to repeat any part of the question or the entire question again, more than happy to do it. Our first question. Reedley College has a large dual enrollment program serving multiple school districts. How would you support collaboration between instruction and student services, particularly with the upcoming Cal GETSI implementation? And what strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
Wonderful question. Dual enrollment is such a key part of our longevity. It's not the only part, but it is such a key component. We got to get these kids seeing that they can be a college student, right? So they can come to college, they can be successful. And that success piece is such a piece that we don't always think about when we think about dual enrollment. Dual enrollment's often just enrollment. Let's get them enrolled in a class. We want this class, sure, let's do this class. But we have to be more strategic. We have to decide which classes can we offer? Can we offer that those students are going to be successful and lead somewhere? Not just a bunch of gen ed classes that may or may not fit whatever they're trying to do when they transfer, But let's really look at what classes, English class, what math, what history, what are these classes that we're going to be able to offer them that will transfer, that will meet all the areas of CalGETC. While it's fun to do sometimes these one-off classes, or the high schools are, they don't have that teacher to teach pool, for example. Let's teach, the fundamentals of pool. If it doesn't lead anywhere, then it doesn't need to be we don't need to be teaching on the high school campus. And even if the partners are like, no, we have all these students that really want to learn about pool or fill in the blank, whatever, there has to be the word no sometimes. Continuing advisory committees, we need to have these continuing meetings with our dual enrollment partners. Again, what are you seeing? What are your needs? How can we fill them? What can't we fill? Because sometimes we don't have enough faculty also to fulfill all of these needs. Or we don't necessarily have all the resources, whatever it might be. But continuing having these conversations is such a key, incredible, important piece. Obviously, growing dual enrollment, reaching down to 9th grade, early college is something that, we can do. But we have to be strategic, and we have to make sure that it's meaningful. If, like education, I know at Porterville, all of our partners want us to offer physical ed. Well, that's great. Physical ed is not CalGETC anymore. And if you only want us to teach CalGETC, then we can't really teach physical ed. We can't do student success classes anymore. They're fun, they're easy, they're nice, they're especially for a 9th grader, but it doesn't really work anymore. It doesn't really work in CalGETC. And sometimes our high school partners don't care. That's because they have other needs, or they don't understand it. They have their A to G requirements, and that's what they're trying to help us have us help them fill. We just have to make sure that what we're offering is valuable and can transfer and works for everybody.
Thank you. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
There's several questions in there, right? So
Yeah.
How do we get faculty excited about teaching? Sometimes faculty get really, really burned out. Maybe they've been teaching overload. I had a conversation with faculty in my office yesterday, and he's like, I taught 28 classes last year in 3 different districts. And it's like, okay, one, I didn't know he was teaching all that much extra stuff, but it's like, okay, we have to protect you. You need to worry about your own mental health and what you can and can't do, and that helps student success too, right? Because if you're all burned out, or it takes you a long time to get things back to a student, then what's going on? What issue do we have here? So I always talk with faculty first about their headspace, right? Where are you coming from? How are you doing? Are you burned out? What do you need from me? What can we do together? And they often will appreciate me checking in with them. But going on to talk about, could you please read the second part of that question?
Sure.
Get excited about helping faculty.
I'll read the whole thing. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
Gotcha. Minimal enrollment's the next piece there. Yeah, it's something that we all struggle with. And what I've really tried to work with faculty on, especially chairs and when we're doing scheduling, is we can't teach every class every semester. We just can't do that, right? At least at Porterville, it's a little smaller school, we can't. So we have to be strategic. When can we teach literature classes, advanced classes? When can we teach when in the schedule? Let's create a 2-year schedule and look, okay, so we're gonna do this literature class this semester, this literature class this semester. We're gonna do this advanced philosophy, and we'll do this advanced psychology. Which semesters can we do? And then of course we have to work with counseling, so they're on board, strategic management committee, the whole participatory governance, everybody has to be on board, obviously. But so that helps a little bit, and then we have those really detailed discussions. Can we offer this class in 8 weeks? Can we offer this in a late start? If it's not filling and there's a minimum now and you can't let it go with less than X, whatever that might be, 15 or 25, I'm not sure yet. So how can we get faculty excited, before the last class ends, making sure that they are enrolled in the next class and that they're excited about enrolling in the next class? Are the faculty talking to their majors, hey, this is what we're gonna offer this class, and we wanna make sure that you're part of that. Really trying to get them excited about having those conversations. And it's not just a one-off conversation, it's an ongoing, let's embed this in our culture. Counseling talks about it. A&R knows about it, the Office of Instruction knows about it, the deans understand, the VP understands, and that's something that we're on the same page. So having that, the conversations that everybody has agreed to and that everybody understands is key to kind of helping with some of that burnout. And then large sizes. Unfortunately, I don't know your contract yet. I will immediately, but what's that limit? What's the cap? Do you have a cap on enrollment, and then over that cap you get like some extra money, extra FTE, or whatever it might be? Is that implemented? Do people understand that? Do we all have a good grasp on what that looks like? Sometimes bigger enrollments, bigger class sizes. Are we putting them in the right classroom? Sometimes that has a lot to do with it. If everybody is in a classroom that's supposed to hold 50 but only really truly comfortably holds 40, then is our environment conducive to that? Or do we have the environment? Are we making sure that the environment that our faculty and students are in are conducive to larger classes? And that helps somewhat too in kind of that burnout. But just really having that overall conversation, letting everybody in on the same page, letting everybody understand what we're trying to do, I think will go a long way to helping that burnout and just increase communication. Let's communicate with each other. This is not an us or them. This is not a world against students or administration against faculty. This is a collaboration that we all, every part, students, classified, faculty, administration, everybody, we have to work together to make sure that we're successful because our students need to be successful.
Thank you. How would you build the schedule of classes to avoid conflicts for students and ensure that all students have access to necessary courses to stay on track toward graduation?
Right. So unfortunately, not every class can happen at 9:30 in the morning. We would love to be, have our class at 9:30, have a class at 11 or 11:15, and then be able to go home for the day. That'd be wonderful, but that can't happen. So the classes we have to manage our classrooms, we have to manage our schedules. A couple ideas that I would love to further have the conversation with, if it works in the culture or do we change the culture, whichever. 8 weeks short run classes, but let's block them. Let's do English in the first 8 weeks at 9:30, and then math in the second 8 weeks at 9:30. Ethnic studies in the first 8 week at 11:30, and then the public speaking in the second block of the second 8 weeks at that, and then we'll do science for all 18 weeks. As an example of something that potentially would get that 15, because that's going to be so incredibly important going forward with all the potential projected Pell changes, that if you're at 12, you only get 80% of your Pell. You have to be at 15. You don't get Pell under half-time, and now half-time is going to be 7.5. So which, it rounds up to 8 or even 9, with our classes. So we have to make sure that students understand that, faculty understand that, and that we're trying to build a schedule that, one, we can look at it and say, for the next 2 years, this is what you have to do. And then administration says, and we will offer these classes for the next 2 years. So we're not promising something and then reneging and say, oh, sorry, we can't do that, whatever. We have to be very strategic. And enrollment management, this needs to be an ongoing conversation, right? This needs to be something that we talk about all the way. Guided pathways, student-centered scheduling, 2-year plans, how we're going to get students to 15. All of those are, again, conversations that we have to have across the entire campus, and everybody has to be on board. Students need to be involved in those conversations, and we need to maybe do open forums so students get the understanding, okay, the 12 of the past and the 4 years and being here and, till my Pell runs out are gone. We have to look at getting you out of here in 2 years at 15 so you can go and maximize your Pell and maximize your time and transfer And, Common Course numbering is going to help a little bit. What classes can we not offer for whatever reason, or they're full, that we can offer online at, that Fresno offers online, or whatever it might be. Let's be very strategic in trying to get these students success, and be less territorial about, well, if they're online through CVC OEI, or they take an online class at Fresno or Clovis, then we lose the FTS. We can't think that anymore. We have to think about students. How are we going to not maximize the student funding formula, but maximize the student success and get them out of here? That's the goal. Get them in, get them out. In the nicest way possible, with the best, with the absolute best experience they've ever had.
Thank you. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
Well, I think it is part of the guided framework, again, getting them in, getting them out, putting them on a path and then you offer them everything in that path that they need to be successful, of course, obviously. If they're in a path, then you want to make sure that they have, access to industry and access to past successes in that path. Making sure that, that they're not taking classes that aren't going to do them well, things like that, obviously. But I also wonder, are we making sure that our classes are high flex, right? Or hybrid, or online, or in the community? Are we ever offering classes in the community? Right, so you do the aviation at the airport, of course. You're gonna work on an airplane, you have to go to the airplane. So obviously you have to do that, but are all the gen eds offered at the airport? Can you actually go to the airport and get your entire degree? It's a question. In the vast community that everybody here serves, can we go to the community? Are there ways, are there things that we could think outside the box? Like, for example, students in more far-flung areas of the service region, can they take classes online? Do they have Wi-Fi, right? That's the first question. So you can sign up for all the online classes that you want, but if they can't access it because they don't have a computer, they're using their phone, which I know so many students do, or they have a computer but they can't get internet because of where they live. That's not doing them any good. Can we get them Wi-Fi spots, which I know is incredibly expensive, and with budget kind of tightening, that might not even be an option as much anymore. But is there other ways? Can we get students to take classes online and then meet them on an offsite location for check-ins? There's like so many different things I think that we could think about outside of the box. I know I'm willing to. If it works, let's try it. If it doesn't work, we try it, we'll move on, we won't do that again. That's, not saying fail, but I'm just saying it didn't work, it worked great. I love data. I love looking at data, but the data has to be right, obviously. And it also has to, we have to not manipulate, that's the wrong word. Manipulating data is bad, but drilling down in that data to see who is being successful, who's not being successful, and really try to target some of those populations.
Thank you. Share an example of how you've navigated challenging conversations with faculty regarding DEIA practices, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how would you support faculty in developing innovative, culturally responsive teaching practices here at Reedley College?
Yes, so I have a music faculty who just published a literature review, and it was all on that exact topic about how we can talk DEI in the classroom. We can say, oh, here's a composer, for example, of Hispanic descent, but if we're not bringing in actual Hispanic music, or we're not really being intentional, that in the end it kind of does more harm than good. And I really like to add J to the DEI and the DEIA, because if DEI is nothing without justice, and that's such a huge piece. So one of the things that I've been working with faculty, a couple of faculty on, we have we're a beginning relationship with our tribe. Tule River, which is right outside of Porterville, and there's a whole reservation. It's like the second or third largest tribe by enrollments. Not all live on the reservation, but it's like the second or third largest tribe in California. And one thing that we're doing is that we are taking the classes to them after we've had long conversations, right? So we started back in like 22. It's been a while. And we went to them and said, what classes do you need? Well, we don't know. Give us thoughts and examples. And they chose communication. And then I went to communication faculty and said, okay, this is the deal. If we did classes on the reservation, are you up for that? Can you do that? How can we do that? Can we do them in 8 weeks? Can we do them like in a hybrid fashion? How can we do that? Can we do that with additional supplemental instructors, things like that? And it's been great. So we've already started that. We've already increased our Native American population, and a lot of that started just with conversations. We didn't decide what we needed to do. We went to the person that was most affected and say, how can we help? What can we do to help you continue your success and continue what you're trying to build here? Not we're the white savior on our horse. We're going to go and say, no, this is what you need. That's not DEI, right? That's the opposite of DEI. It's more, let's go in and take some time, get to know each other, build that trust, and then let's say, okay, now what are our next steps? And it's been successful. We're even presenting our path, our story, at 2 different national conferences in May and June this year. And our things were accepted, so other people obviously want to hear about it because it's something that we deeply feel in, that our process, and it's been a long process, was very beneficial. And fortunately, I have some really great communication faculty who are like, yes, I will drive up to the reservation 15 miles away without mileage, which is huge, and that because I would eat up my entire budget, to teach on that reservation, and they love it. It almost like reinvigorated them a little bit in their teaching. So that's kind of one thing, a couple of things, I guess. And obviously, there's always going to be the naysayers, right? And when you have those naysayers, for example, I was in a committee meeting, and a faculty, not in my divisions, thank you, said, we were talking about ICE and whatnot, immigration coming into the classroom, and he said, well, what if I invited them into the classroom? You know, face plants, like, oh my God, really? Really? In Porterville? What? So how to handle that, you know, especially I'm not as necessarily as dean, but how to handle that really has been to try to work with those around him. So if he's going to be the roadblock, then how can we get other champions in his division to be supportive of some of the things that we're trying to protect? You know, we're trying to protect our students. We're trying to protect our dreamers. And the jury's out a little bit if we're ever going to change his mind, but I know I can't, so it's like, who else can I get excited about working on this? So.
Thank you. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
Great question. Love that question. I'm doing it right now, actually. So, in art. So art, we are starting some new art design, technology design things. Illustration. The students asked for it. This is kind of where we even started. The students were begging for illustration, begging for it. And so faculty wrote it, is through. It will start in the fall. We use Strong Workforce Funds to fund some of the computer aspect of that. It's still under art, it's still under Fine and Applied Arts, it's still under my division, but it is a CE program, so they have advisory committees. We had to do labor market. You know, we had to do all the things that you have to do for a regular CE program, but we're keeping it in a non-CE division, which is working out great. And now we are signing an MOU this week, hopefully. If it's not already signed, it'll be signed this week with another school district that we normally don't work with, who's going to teach this illustration class, or it's animation class. probably illustration and animation anyway. They're going to teach it in a dual enrollment aspect. So that's something that our students asked for, our faculty delivered, our dual enrollment program manager, she does pathway meetings that a couple of us were invited to, and we told them all about the art pathway, what we're trying to do. One of the districts was like, we want that. That's so cool. We want that because we don't have anything like that in our high school right now. It's a smaller high school. So we're taking it to them. And I think all of this really plays really well. It really intersects, right? Because if you didn't have the students saying, no, this is what makes me happy, this is what we want, and the faculty going, I love it, let me do it. I've taught this in the past, it's gonna be great. I can't wait to teach this. And then then in this meeting with the school district saying, guess what, we can offer this also. And then they're going, yes, we want that. It wouldn't have worked. But that's just like a strategy that I would love to implement 1,000 different times.
Last question. How have you used data to inform instructional decision-making while also addressing equity gaps in student achievement? And what role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
So I think I've used the word data today in both of these sessions, more than 25 times. I start with data almost all the time because I truly believe that we don't know what we don't know if we don't know it, right? Okay, that's gobbledygook probably, but it's really true. So I want to know what the issues are, what are we doing, what is the intervention, and what is the outcome of that intervention. And Tableau dashboards are my best friend. I love Tableau dashboards because I can get IR to develop one, and then I can go and look at it whenever I want to really kind of see the progression or whatever we're tracking. I use data. I write grants still, even as dean, I write grants. And I've written grants my long, illustrious life. I've written grants. I've tried to get out of grants many, many different times, and I keep getting sucked back in. But data is the very first thing I start with when I'm looking at potentially writing a grant. What is the need? What is the need? What is the need? Let's drill down. Let's look at demographics. Let's look at all the other pieces. What is our need? And then I really believe in letting everybody know that. It's not just my information, it's all of our information. And let's sit down, let's look at the data, let's start asking questions. Why, right? Why is this population not as successful? Why are we not, or why are we doing this, or whatever the why might be. Really delving down, digging deep into what that is. And then I truly believe in having, after some of the whys and after we kind of really get to the meat of what we're trying to do, then I really believe in, let's talk to everybody about it. Let's go to a division meeting and talk about, hey, did you know this? Did you look at this? And it helps somewhat, right? So I have a psychology, my one psychology professor. We never had a psychology AAT, just didn't have it. She didn't really see the value in it, and it was a lot of work, and she had to build a class. So there's like all these barriers, right? And some of them, she kind of put on herself. But I went to her and I said, okay, this is the truth. If you had a psych degree, then this is what would happen. Well, in her old school thought, she's been a professor for a number of years, is, well, they just go to Fresno State. They don't need the degree, they're fine. Okay, hold on. Not everybody's going to Fresno State. Let's look at all the other colleges or universities, the four-year institutions that they're going to. These aren't Fresno State. Let's look at student-centered funding formula. Guess how much money we've lost out because we didn't get degrees for these individuals. Of course, faculty don't always care about that, but it's still eye-opening, and it's like, oh, I never thought about it that way. And we looked at a couple other things, too. And now I have a psych AAT degree that was just finished curriculum, and it was just approved by my board, or the board. So it can be done, but we started with data, right? We didn't start with emotions, though I like emotions, but we started with data. Let's look at the data, and then we can get into the more emotional, nitty-gritty, things like that. But I just think sometimes people don't understand why we're doing something or why something should be done until they see the data, see it laid out and go, aha, that makes sense. I can do that. Yeah, I just think data helps us in the very, very beginning not go down the wrong path either. We have assumptions. We all have assumptions. And sometimes those assumptions are incorrect, and we have to look at the data to get recentered.
Thank you. That concludes the Q&A segment of this open forum. You may now take a couple of minutes for closing remarks.
Well, thank you all for coming and listening to me talk this last only 33 minutes, so I talked kind of fast. I apologize for that. And hopefully there's people on Zoom webinar also listening to this, because this is such an important position, not for me, but for the college. This is such an important position to make sure that we're on the right path, that we're offering what we need to offer, that we're student-centered, and that we're here for the community. And that's, if we have those tenets in mind, student, community, and we're taking care of our own, I think we can be so successful. And I really hope that my background helps with all those tenets. I really hope that you could see my background coming as a dean from also a Hispanic serving institution, a little bit on the smaller side, involved in all the things, right? The Common Course, the ZTC, the Rising Scholars, basic skills, academic support services. You know, I really have had a little hand in a whole bunch of different things, which has been really beneficial in my education because I've learned quite a bit. But I also really believe that we need to be part of the state as a whole. I've been on state accredited, or you know, ACJJC. Still got the numbers wrong. ACJCC accreditation visits teams, as well as I was liaison once also for a chair. And then, of course, working with accreditation at Porterville College, and then a past college I was at in Washington State. But I also have been on a state professional review team, helping out other campuses, other districts. I've done many different like grant applications. I've also been a peer reviewer for grants for different state entities, including the Bureau of State and Community Corrections, and of course the Chancellor's Office, and a little bit at the Feds with Department of Ed. So I think I have a really well-rounded background, but I'm also very student-focused. I truly believe that my door is always open to students, and that if they come in and they want to talk, that I'm there, I'm going to listen, I'm going to talk, and I'm going to ask them questions, and I encourage that. I want to know if there's an issue on campus. There's this one particular student, he's always like, I don't want to bug you. I'm like, no, come on in, let's sit down and eat, and let's talk. He's like, well, the granola bars in the library are expired. Okay, thank you. Let's work on that right this instant. Let me call up the librarian, call up the director, and get those taken off. Just little things like that, and he's like, wow. One, I can go in and see somebody in administration, and they're going to talk to me. And two, they're not going to devalue my opinion. But also three, they're going to do something about it. And I think that's incredibly important. And I want to do that for everybody. Faculty, students, others, classified, administration, whatever it might be. I want to be that open door, and I want to be that problem solver, but I also want to encourage others to problem solve, and I want others to just be the best that they can be. I am a huge believer in being a mentor. My secretary, she started with us in a master's communication program, and it's like, okay, how can we get you in the classroom? So we had a very unused mentoring program through our district, and so we got her in the classroom. She has her master's degree, and now she works 4/10s, and she teaches for us on Fridays, because I want her to, you know, go do what she wants to do. If she wants to be a professor, then I'm going to help her do whatever I can do to help her be a professor. That's just one thing that I can do, right? I can mentor others and get them to believe in themselves. But I would love to come to Reedley College and do all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller-Glaz, for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it. Thank you to our live stream and in-person audience for joining us. Our final session, our final open forum will begin at approximately 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, go back out that way.
Sure, whichever way you want. Hawaii. Hi, David. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our final open forum for our Vice President of Instruction position, final open forum of the day. I'm George Takata, the Director of Marketing and Communications here at Reedley College. To my right is Dr. Jessica Moran. Dr. Moran, thank you for being here. Welcome to our live stream audience on YouTube, as well as our guests here inside the brand new McLarty Center for Fine and Performing Arts. Dr. Moran, we have a list of questions for you, but first we would welcome you to give opening remarks.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here, and everybody in the live streaming. Hello, my name is Jessica Moran. I am so excited to be here. I know it's been a long day, so thank you so much for still making the time to be here. I want to start by saying that I am a Central Valley born and raised. So I was born and raised in Los Baños, so not too far from here. It was a nice commute this morning, and to be here, it's very welcoming, and it feels like home, so thank you so much. I will introduce myself by three major parts: my education, my professional career, and personal statement. So academically, I just completed my PhD in higher education, which really has prepared me to be here today, to be able to showcase who I am, and to be relatable to our students and who we serve here. As my study was based on a qualitative study of 12 Latinas that were first generation, and so I have a special place in my heart for it being in the Central Valley. And so those 12 students that I interviewed, out of the 12, 6 of them were from the Central Valley, and resoundingly, a lot of the things that they mentioned were just wanting to feel like they belong, to be able to complete and succeed in their academic journey. And so that was the most rewarding part, I would say, of going through a program, I think, and I tell my participants that I probably learned much more from them than they could have probably learned from me. And so that makes me to be able to take on this position as the next Vice President of Instruction for Reedley College, to be able to connect with our students and really understand the struggles of our students. In terms of my career, I currently have been at Merced College for over the past 12 years, so it has been a long trajectory for me. I started as a classified professional at Merced College in the grants world, and so I have led many grant initiatives from there. Believe it or not, I'm currently serving as Dean of Instruction for our Las Banas campus, being my 7th position. So during this time, I have done different roles. I have worked in our admin services field. I have also worked on different grant initiatives, different director roles, and most currently as Dean of Instruction for our Las Banas campus. It's a very similar to Reedley and the population that we serve. We are about 40 miles away from our main campus in Merced, so it makes the dynamics a lot more interesting. So making sure that we have what we need for our students, and in a rural area that does get a little bit harder, but harder doesn't mean that it's not up for a challenge, and a good challenge when you have the proper team in place, when you can count on your classified, your faculty to just come together to work really hard to be able to be there for our students. And lastly, as a personal note, I am a proud daughter of immigrant parents and a first-generation college student myself. So I have agricultural background from my father, who worked Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? The only time that they would have off meant that it was a no-pay day. Very similar story to many of the students that we serve that are often juggling work requirements, they're juggling childcare, they're juggling so much in their lives. And so I aim to be that model to others, to showcase that it is possible to be in the Central Valley and do great things for our community at large. So just a small picture of who I am. We'll go on to the next question.
Thank you. If you need me to repeat any part of the question or the question in its entirety once again, I'm more than happy to do it. Our first question: Reedley College has a large dual enrollment program serving multiple school districts. How would you support collaboration between instruction and student services, particularly with the upcoming Cal GETSI implementation? And what strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
It definitely was a mouthful, but let me dissect it a little bit from the first piece. So dual enrollment fits within the Vision 2030 plan, right, with the state. And so making sure, I was very impressed actually with the work that Reedley has already done in this venue. And so having the early college here on campus. That was very, very impressive. And another item that I really, really was impressed with is being part of the Rural Guided Pathways Initiative. And so going into that phase 2 of that pathway for Reedley College to create those infrastructures is gonna be very, very important. One of the things that I have experience with is meeting with our high school partners. So we're really not gonna be able to know what their needs are without having those conversations with our high school partners. So as such, every semester we do meet with our high school partners. And in my particular role, being able to service the 2 high schools within the same town, and then another high school that's about 20 miles away from the city of Los Banos. And so in doing so, the needs are different. So you would think that it's easy to just maybe put on a general education pathway for all the high schools and we move on, but the needs are different. And so actually yesterday, I was just having a conversation with one of our partners on a biology course. They're interested in one of those biology courses. And so we have those conversations. We jump on the phone and we have those conversations as what it would look like. Are we talking about being on campus at the high school? Is it gonna be bringing the students to us? How does transportation work? What are gonna be some of those requirements? And so are we gonna be doing it during the regular bell schedule? Are we gonna be doing it in the afternoon when it's an open class? So there's a lot of dialogue that has to happen in order to make sure that we have what our community really needs. And so for Reedley, it's making sure that we go into those conversations, involving as many people as we can, bringing our faculty on board to showcase what it is that the need is, so that we can then be able to adapt. Our classified professionals too are very important in this process. They're the ones that can support us in making sure that we finish and get to the finish line in terms of orientation for our students, in terms of orientation for our faculty. One of the things that we notice is that it's a little different in terms of our dual enrollment courses, and making sure that our faculty feel supported in the process. It's still a college class. We take it with the same level of rigor, but how do we support our faculty to be able to have those conversations and be able to work well in those environments? May you read the last part of that question?
Sure. What strategies would you use to expand dual enrollment opportunities for high school students to ensure equitable access and success?
Yes, so definitely in those conversations, another important factor is to be able to bring in our workforce investment boards or local employers. So if we are creating CTE pathways at some of our high schools, is where are these opportunities leading? So I think sometimes we forget that there are CTE pathways, there are GE pathways, there's transfer pathways, there's a lot that goes into play. We're providing that early access through dual enrollment, but we wanna make sure that we are very strategic and that we're not leading students to a degree that's not gonna lead them to anything. So a degree that's gonna be able to get them to that university, that's gonna get them to that job. And the only way that we can have that is through our advisory board meetings, through conversations as to how can our partners help us. So our workforce investment board, as an example, at the Los Banos campus, we just have leased a room for our workforce investment board. And so they are now at the Los Banos campus. It makes the conversation a lot smoother for our students. So if we have an incoming student from a dual enrollment program, we then transition them over to other services that they can qualify as an adult to then maybe take part of our CNA program, to take part of medical assisting, welding, and have it all be fully paid for, because that is another of the many barriers that our students face, financial access and support services. It's looking at a holistic view for our students.
Thank you. How have you inspired and motivated faculty to be more engaged and efficient when dealing with challenges such as minimal enrollment or resistance to larger class sizes due to increased workload?
Yes, that's a great question. I'm a collaborative leader. You would talk to our faculty at the Los Banos campus that I work really closely with, is when it comes time to our scheduling, we work in tandem. So work with faculty leads in terms of the initial design of that schedule, but it's also making sure that you bring in the faculty as to what's new, what's coming into their particular field. And then we do have the data conversations. We look to see fill rates. We look to see different times, different modalities. One of the things that we have faced after COVID is that we do have the ability to offer more online classes. What is that proper mix for us? What are our students needing? Is it that online class? Is it that in-person class? And so it's really having those conversations with our faculty that is really, really important. I'll bring up an example in terms of biology, anatomy over the summer. So our longest semester or longest length in the summer is an 8-week class. And so anatomy is really hard to do in an 8-week class. So if there's any bio folks out there, you probably shake your head and say, yeah, we can't just move this dissection over to this and call it a day. It doesn't work like that. And so in having those conversations, we got creative and we realized that our CNA program, because of their many hours that they need, it's actually running on 10 weeks. And so then we had the conversation of, could we do anatomy in 10 weeks? And the answer was yes. And so we were able to add that section, and it's fully enrolled with a huge wait list for the summer. And it's because of having those conversations. We may not be able to fix all of them, especially the question related to low enrolled courses. When that comes, then we have those conversations as to what we could do to get creative. Another thing we did at the Las Vegas campus to get that, to get creative and get that enrollment is we have what we call live stream courses. And what that is imagine a capstone class in, say, communications, and it's that last class that they need to graduate. But it's already a low enrolled class at the Merced campus, and it would be impossible to offer it on a regular basis. And so what we do is we co-list and we commingle those two sections to make now a larger sections where our students are getting instruction at the Las Vegas campus, live streamed, and the class is able to go, their students are able to participate in the class, and we have a section that runs. And so it's having those conversations, and again, inviting our classified professionals to give us our ideas. I mentioned about biology and I mentioned about comm. When I had that decision about adding that biology class over the summer, I involved the instructional support techs to give me an idea of what it would look like to better prepare for that class. Do we need more materials? What is it gonna look like in terms of the supplies that we need to make sure that we're running a class? When it comes down to the comm is making sure there's somebody available to turn on that live streaming class for our students, to be able to pass out those exams that come from the faculty so that the students can participate. So it really is a holistic approach to be able to get that across the finish line and ultimately never losing sight of what's important for our students. So making sure we understand what the needs are for Reedley and where we need to take it from there.
Thank you. How would you build the schedule of classes to avoid conflicts for students and ensure that all students have access to necessary courses to stay on track toward graduation?
Yes, that's a very relatable question. I think I was just dealing with that with our fall schedules just last week. One of the unique situations of being at a center is that we do have either a section or just two sections of some of our higher level courses. So take, for example, physics or math. And so we have to be really careful to not overlap when we're doing the scheduling. So making sure to work with the deans to make sure that we are cognitive of those overlaps, having that dialogue, but then not leaving it there. I think it would be a misservice if we just kind of all operated on ourselves and looking at our data and looking at conflicts, but taking that back to our student success teams. So I know Reedley College also has student success teams in which we involve our student services colleagues to help us in terms of the input that we're getting from counselors. What are students needing? What are they putting into their ed plans? What is it that they're declaring as majors? Are our majors correct? So I know I'm answering this question with more questions, but that's the approach that I take in solving problems. It's asking those questions to make sure that we get to a really holistic view of what our students really need. And so it's reviewing the data, reviewing where our students are, and making sure that we literally don't schedule classes that overlap. In that case, with the example that I just mentioned, we do have a large population of students that are going down an engineering path. And so we've created different classes that we want to make sure that we just don't schedule or double book. And if possible, then maybe we have to look online and be strategic with hybrids or online to make sure that they still get it across the finish line.
Thank you. Rural communities surrounding Reedley College have historically been unable to meet the demand for transportation, housing, and access to food, which negatively impacts students. How would you use the Guided Pathways framework to connect instruction and student services to address these basic needs and help students stay on track toward their goals?
Yes, and I think I touched upon it a little bit earlier, but partnerships are going to be so important. One of the things that I have learned is that we're often constricted with resources. So whether that be time, money, we often associate resources with money, but our partnerships are so crucial. Right now, we're working to implement a program for CNAs in which our local workforce investment board is paying fully for the full cost of one cohort of CNA students. They will be transporting them as well to their skills lab facility so that they can make sure that they don't have any issues with transportation. And they are also paying for tuitions and vouchers for any out-of-pocket expenses that they're experiencing. Those, again, are very strategically done by having those conversations with your partners and being able to leverage on those resources. Another important aspect in terms of instilling a college-going mentality is also the psychological aspect of students, making sure that they feel like they belong and they're seen and they're fighting that imposter syndrome. So it's making sure that we take a holistic approach to our students and just not leave it with, we wish we could do more, but lack of constraints or lack of resources. That's never an issue. We need to get creative. I think one of the most beautiful thing about being part of the Rural Guided Pathways program, and we're going into phase 2 at Reedley College, is building that infrastructure that's gonna get you there. One of the videos that I was watching last night actually mentioned how in rural communities we have the power to be able to leverage on a rural community to be innovative. So having that aviation science program, how does that look? Do we want to become that college that has a bachelor's degree in aviation science? Is that what's gonna bring us to students to us to make that change? I was very impressed with having FPU at Reedley, right? How do we bring those transfer institutions here? Are there other programs that are really high impacted at Reedley and that could deserve and have other partners so that they can come and do it in their hometown? We know from working in rural communities, we know that our students are geographically bound. That was one of the things that came up also in doing my dissertation work, that a lot of our students in the Valley are geographically bound for many reasons, but this is home. And so how do we make home a place where they can thrive and be breaking cyclical barriers to achieve a better lifestyle for themselves and their families?
Thank you. Share an example of how you've navigated challenging conversations with faculty regarding DEIA practices, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how would you support faculty in developing innovative, culturally responsive teaching practices here at Reedley College?
Yes, at the core of it, professional development. I can't speak enough about professional development. I have always found that when we want to get to a common goal, we always need to first get on the same page, right? And so when we make it, and when we humanize the process for our faculty, we allow them to see that we're all here for a common goal, which is student success. We want our students to be better off than when they got here, right? We want them to have that job of their dreams. We want them to achieve whatever it is that we want them, that they want for themselves. But at the end of the day, how do we get there? And we all have different points of view because we all have different life experiences. We all come from different backgrounds, different experiences, different academic experiences. And so how do we then have those commonalities? And it's through professional development, different community of practices. So one of the things that we do in a collaborative or community of practice is reviewing also the data. So what is the data telling us in terms of the students that are coming through and who is finishing in our program? So that has been really eye-opening. We've started to review a lot more of our student success rates and how are students doing in our classes. Are they finishing? Are they dropping out after year one? And what do we do for those students that are dropping out? One of the things that I have done during my time at the LB campus has been to create a learning community. And so for all those that know about learning communities, it's creating that cohort that follows them. So for that year, they're taking their English, their math, their guidance, and their comm class so that they can succeed, they can persist over and ultimately get their transfer degrees. And so it's making sure that we have those conversations and make it relatable to who it is we're serving, because we want all students, regardless of their preparation, regardless of whatever preparation they have coming to us, that we have the tools in place for them to be successful. I'll give you just even a simple example, something as transportation, which was mentioned. In reviewing some of the scheduling practices, I realized that one of our bus schedules was leaving at 8, and we have a lab that ends at 8:20. So a lot of our students were requesting to leave early, and we can't, right? We need to meet instructional hours. And so it was a quick conversation with our bus transportation to make sure we add another route to our schedule. As we're moving into a 16-week schedule, that work continues into the fall. So it's making sure that now as we're changing times for our classes, that we take a holistic view and make sure that they have those infrastructures to have that transportation. Childcare is another big item as well. And so what are we doing for our students to be able to have childcare services available and meant for them, at the proper time that they need it? So, thank you.
Thank you. What strategies will you implement to align career education and transfer pathways with local workforce needs and university requirements? And how do you envision dual enrollment and early college programs playing a role in this process?
Definitely. I think I touched upon this a little earlier with our advisory board. So, and also knowing what your community needs. So we have advisory boards both in Merced and the Las Pianas campus, and they could be different. So the most viable example I provide is that our students at the Las Pianas campus are commuter students. So a lot of the jobs that they're going to be getting are going to be over what we call over the hills. So in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. So a lot of our students are already commuting for entry-level positions. And so what do we do on the instructional end to make programs that are relevant to them, that are going to be able to get them to a better, higher quality of life, higher paying jobs? And what programs do we need to then have at the Las Vegas campus to get them there? And so in doing so, it starts at high school. So it starts with working with our local high school partners. I have the great pleasure to sit on the local school board, so it makes those partnerships a lot easier and have those conversations because we know what kind of programs we have at our local K-12s and how can we plug into the different programs that we do have to then be able to make that bridge over to our community college. So how do we have those entry level, for example, in allied health? This semester is our first cohort at ENT. So I brought over EMT to the Las Vegas campus as a grant initiative that we put together. And so that's yet another venue for them to start in entry-level positions that are gonna lead them into pathways in allied health. So now they're preparing and taking their bio classes, they're taking their other classes in the afternoon to prepare them to apply for our nursing programs. And you only get that through input from your advisory boards, from your employers. What is it that the community really needs? I know right now with the higher need for healthcare workers. So how do we get those additional programs on the books? In addition, we also want to not lose sight of all the changes that are coming from the state. It's a lot, right? We have AB 1111, AB 928. There's just a lot coming at us. And so it's making sure that our community partners know that information so that they can help us also onboard and make those seamless transitions for our students. It's making sure the information is provided. One of the things that we did this past registration event in which we bring in our high school partners is doing an orientation for the counselors. So it's providing them a quick FAQ of what's coming down the pipeline. These are the changes, these are the course that are changing, here's the information, so that they can be allies with us, so that they can also be, we're one, we're saying the same information to our students, so we're able to then better allow our students to make better informed decisions and be successful and set up for success. But yeah, it takes a group effort. It's a lot of good work that goes on, but it takes that good work in order to be there for our students.
And our final question is another two-part question.
Okay.
How have you used data to inform instructional decision-making while also addressing equity gaps in student achievement? And what role do you see faculty and campus partners play in this work?
Yes, so one of the biggest things right now And I know that Reedley has also passed a measure is our room utilization. So it's using some of the data to make sure that we do have room utilization and that we're properly using those rooms so that we can then qualify for other state funding and so forth, and have our bond dollars go a long ways. So making sure those bond dollars are earmarked towards everything that we want to do with Vision 2035 and the expansion of the housing and all new buildings, but then it's making sure that we also use the data to strategically have better room utilization of our current facilities. And so it's empowering our dean team to be able to do that and really have that be at the forefront of what we do, not just looking at our enrollment patterns, which is another major data set, right? We mentioned that earlier in terms of looking at our enrollment patterns, our programs, what our students are needing. And that is more so on the instructional end, but then working closely with our student services partners in terms of what is that information that our students are saying that they're needing. So what are the declared majors? What are the declared pathways? What are other information that we can get from our student services colleagues? What do they hear when they're out in outreach events in terms of programs that they wish they had or they had information? A lot of the times you may not think anything of it, and that's what I always tell my team is don't worry, just give me information that you may think doesn't matter or isn't relevant. And it may not be at that moment, but you never know what conversation I'll be with or a person that I just met, a partnership that we can just develop in which that information is so useful. And so it's making sure that we're always at the forefront as to being innovative and what is it that we can use with our data. So using data in our favor and then bringing our faculty on board with that data. And so it's been really helpful to be able to make those decisions. It makes those conversations a lot easier too, once your faculty know and trust that you're doing it based on that data and based on the information that you're gathering from what the students are saying that they are needing. And so it's wonderful to have those conversations and never forgetting and losing sight of our classified professionals. They also want to know, they're also wanting to be in the loop as to how they can get us to the finish line and work collaboratively together as one community college. So, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our Q&A segment of this session, and you now have a few minutes for closing remarks.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the pleasure it's been here. I know it's been a long day, so if you've been here all day, I hope you did get lunch. And if not, it's time for lunch. But thank you so much for having me here today. It is truly an honor. I come to you as someone with over 12 years of experience at a community college with progressively increasing higher roles. I started as a classified professional, as I mentioned earlier, and have moved quickly up the ranks to be a dean for the past 5 years. As such, I've been able to work collaboratively among all my peers, all departments that I've had the great pleasure to work with. I've gleaned a plethora of information by working in our administrative services side of the house. I have a keen aspect and a good budgetary background, and being able to work collaboratively with our admin services folks, being strategically at the Los Banos campus, which is a center, has allowed me to have a holistic view of what we need to be able to move an institution forward, to work collaboratively with our student services partners, to be able to get our students not only in through the door, but be able to have what they need to be able to get to that next spot. And on a personal basis, I am a proud product of the Central Valley. I just joke that I have only not lived in the Central Valley for about 3 years, and that was when I graduated from high school and I moved on to UC Berkeley, graduated from UC Berkeley, and although it was a wonderful experience and I love it, I would never change that. The city life was just a little bit not for me. I love the impact that we can do in a rural community, so I did not make the decision to apply here at Reedley College just haphazardly. It was very well thought out. It was a community that I know that I can see myself, a new community in which I can see myself living, investing, and really taking that first 90 days to really get to understand. And so as the next Vice President of Instruction for Reedley College, that would be my promise. My promise would be to go out there, to listen, to see what's working, what's not, and really work together to be able to take Reedley College to that next level and what we envision as it together. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Moran, for your time. We truly appreciate it. Safe travels back to Los Banos. Thank you to our live stream and in-person audiences for joining us today. This concludes our open forums for the Vice President of Instruction position. Thank you to James Davis in the booth for the audio and video expertise, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.